and justice for all.
Thanks, Nellie. Sorry about that. I
you're
didn't
fine.
realize that the
Before
intermission
we,
was still on.
Before we get to any amendments or the agenda, excuse me, I just wanted to take a moment and recognize tragic events that happened in Minneapolis this past weekend at our state representative and their spouse who were passed away from a murder. And so let's just take a quick moment of silence and say a prayer in your head for them. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask, are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are none.
Are you sure? Thank you, appreciate it. At this time, then, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent items.
Today we have meeting minute approval for June 3rd, 2025. Gambling permit for Rotary Club of Sauk Center event to happen August 22nd, 2025. Hire Camden Tearaway full-time road deputy start date to be determined. Resignation eligibility worker Carrie Wickman 6/20/25.
Thank you. So we have the consent items. Do we need a motion to approve those consent items, please?
So, Mr. Chair, I will move the amendments on the agenda and the consent items because we didn't vote on the,
We're just on consent.
What?
There's no amendments.
okay.
So
but
just the
we gotta
consent.
Approve the
it.
agenda, though, yeah.
Yeah.
We got to approve the agenda.
I did not ask for a motion to approve the agenda. So at this point, we'll take Randy's motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second on that one?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Becker. And I believe Randy's also going to move to approve our consent items.
Yep.
I'll take a second on those.
Okay, second by Commissioner Denny. 2 for 1, I love it.
All in favor?
All in favor of this?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you.
Auditor treasurer items today are commissioner warrants, background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling in the amount of $93,764.30.
Okay, the agenda item is 5.1, commissioner warrants in the amount of, as shown on the screen there. We will need a roll call on that.
We need a motion.
Make a motion to approve it.
I'll make a motion to approve the.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Commissioner Becker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Denny,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca,
Yes.
Commissioner Commissioner Byers. We are having a morning, I tell you.
Yes. It's almost time
Thank
for a
you.
reset.
I think we need to start, we need to do over.
5.2,
Yes. Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants, background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $145,661.80.
thank you. So it's 5.2, Health and Human Services Commissioner warrants in the amount of $145,661.80. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Nazca. Is there a second?
Second.
And Commissioner Newman on the second. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nazca,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Denny,
Yes.
Commissioner Byers.
Yes.
Last one I have for the day is Health and Human Service SSI warrants. Background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling in the amount of $110,253.89.
Okay, agenda 5.3 is Health and Human Services SSIS warrants in the amount of $110,253.89. Can I get a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Denny. And there's a second?
Second.
And Commissioner Becker with a second. Roll call.
Commissioner Denny,
Yes.
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nazca,
Yes.
Commissioner Byers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Agenda item 6 is Public Works, approval of the MnDOT agreement.
Morning.
Morning, Lauren.
Good morning, Lauren.
So the one item on the agenda this morning for Public Works is the approval or request for approval of MnDOT agreement number 1057245 This is an agreement from the state of Minnesota for the county to receive the funding, the bridge bond funding, for the bridge replacement project on the Sauk River for West Union and Kendota Townships. This allows us basically to receipt the money in, the grant that we got for them as we're administering this project. So our options are to approve the attached resolution or do not approve the attached resolution and agreement. And our recommendation is to approve the attached resolution agreement, receiving those funds of $185,010.25.
Thank you. It was pointed out to me that the numbers on our agenda do not match the numbers on the board action form. Is which one is correct so that we get it right for the record? Ours says 245 and the last three digits 245 and the 425. On our,
They're just on the board
On our-
action form.
on
They're
our
different
agenda
from the
form.
requesting to the.
just make sure that we got the,
It would be on, the one on the resolution is incorrect. So just the heading there, 245 Mindet Agreement, as shown on the attachment. So I apologize, that was my mistake
Okay.
in that preparation of that resolution.
so we'll make sure we correct that grant
Yep,
agreement number.
thank you, good catch.
Okay, so we have this agenda item 6.1, approval of the Midnight Agreement. We would need a motion to move it forward.
So moved.
Commissioner Newman on the motion, or second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Noska. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Does Sauk River Watershed require a permit on this?
Yep, that's.
Is there any
when we do
funding?
When we do a project with that, they don't charge us for public works projects,
Okay,
but we already have that in place,
okay,
including that one, the DNR and the Corps of Engineers.
got it. Thank you.
Great question.
Any further questions? Hearing no further questions, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carried.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lauren.
Next up is agenda item 7.1, purchase of 2 Chevy Tahoes for our squad fleet. Sheriff.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning, Mike.
So we have one board action. Sheriff's Office in need of 2 vehicles for our squad fleet. Looking at the options, the purchase of 2 2025 Chevy Tahoes best fits our needs. The price for those Tahoes combined for the 2 would be $106,980.56. Options are to approve or not approve, and our recommendation is to approve the purchase of the 2 2025 Chevy Tahoes from North Country GM in Hibbing for a total of $106,980.56, and that's state bid. So they're significantly higher than they've been the last couple of years. But that's
Mr. Chair,
what the bid is.
could we have discussion? Mike, we just approved pickups, right? How
Yep,
many?
just the one pickup from that Alexandria dealer that we're
Okay,
gonna
all we
try.
got was the one pickup?
Yes, that's all they allotted us because we got a deal on that one because they ordered the wrong color. So we got a steal of a deal on that one for now.
Okay.
2 Tahoes are what's next, and then the next year, we're gonna decide if we wanna go more trucks or we're gonna stay. Tahoes is our main squads in our fleet at this point. We have, I think, 3 Explorers left from 2022, and then the rest have been Tahoes and now pickups.
Okay, and I'm not involved with the budget committee right now, but what are we looking at? Everybody is saying that we're going to see such tremendous coming down from the state for budgeting. I mean, are we going to be in the ballpark with these, or?
For 2026 budget?
Yeah.
I don't know if we've gotten through the 2026, but I know you guys worked on it.
These would have been 2025 budget, correct?
Yeah, these have been in 2025, Commissioner.
Okay.
2026, we're looking, and we've budgeted, on the preliminary, we budgeted them significantly higher than 25 because we're seeing the
Yeah,
increases.
okay.
Yeah, it could be scary.
So these Tahoes are white then? You didn't get a
No, these Tahoes are white.
extra special
These
color
are white, yeah.
deal?
Yeah, black would have been fine. We would have gone that route too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do these, once purchased, do they have to go to Pillager, whoever it is, to get retrofit them with all the?
Yeah,
So we get the Tahoes, we bring them to Little Falls for the graphics, and then we order all the accessories, and they go up to Aldrich for
Yeah, Aldrich, it's-
our fittings.
Okay.
Mensch is up there, does all our work on those.
Any further discussion from our team? We would need a motion to move forward.
I'll motion to approve the purchase of two squads Chevy Tahoes.
Okay, Mr. Noska made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Commissioner Denny with a second. One last chance for any discussion. Okay, no discussion. We'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next up would be our planning and zoning team. Agenda item number 8 for those following along. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull these today. I got the information at 4:28 last night on all these. That's not enough time to do any research on it. The staff findings should have been sent to us. I didn't see any of the staff findings. It says, view upon request in the P and Z office. I just don't feel comfortable voting on these today with the lack of information.
Okay, noted.
Randy, are you going to table that till the next meeting?
I would.
As a motion? You
I would like
So
to,
do we need to table all of them, or is there certain ones that are
I
red
would-
flagging you? I'm just curious because like the rezone, that's not really a, you know,
Would it make any difference? And I guess I'd ask him.
I'm just asking for the constituents to get
that
their projects through.
60 days, I mean, are any of
Oh,
them
I can get you
within
those
that
numbers here. When would the next meeting be?
July 1st?
July 1.
And this is, so we would be good on them for July 1st. And what was, sorry, Denise, what was your comment there?
You have to have it submitted by the 25th.
Oh, right. Yep. Yeah, yep.
so now that we got the information, like I said, at 4:28 yesterday, I had received some phone calls on a couple of these, and I just want to do some investigation to see if it's true, so
Right. Okay.
Are you going to make a motion to table?
I'll make a motion to table it.
We have a motion to table
I'll
the,
second that motion, just because of lack of information.
okay, we
Got it.
have a motion and a second to table them until the July 1st regular board meeting. Any discussion on the tabling?
I don't think we need to vote on a table, do we? Denise?
Oh,
I don't,
table all of them?
yeah, I don't,
Yep.
I don't like that at all, but I think we should vote on it.
We'd have to do them.
Because then you're picking
individually.
something out, one over
Well-
the other. Where, if, I mean, it was due to lack of information. We didn't have any information from anyone
None of them.
until after 5 o'clock last night.
I looked at them. I know it was late. I did look at them myself. And I feel like there are maybe some of them that maybe could use a
Do we
little more
not have
looking
a
over, but
motion and a second?
that rezoning, I don't think that there's a question there. I mean, I really don't think that one needs to be tabled. I think we can
Second.
push.
Let's move them to the
For sure.
July meeting.
Okay. Oh, yes.
I mean, there's obviously some disagreement. I would say that whether it would be a small decision or a big decision, we want to get the decision right. And if anyone on the team has not given it in their mind, the right thought, I would be considerate of that. So at this point, do we need to table each one individually, or how do we?
I would suggest tabling individually, but you're the board chair, through your decision, if you want to do all 3.
We will table all 3 at this point then.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Yes. Agenda item number 10 is Health and Human Services.
No, 9.
I'm sorry, number 9, I'm ahead of myself. This has been a wild day already. It looked so easy on paper when we first started. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Morning.
The Solid Waste Department has 3 board action forms that we presented or submitted. Just getting a pen out. The first one has to do with the CAP grant interim financing. We brought this to the board, I believe, in May, and have updates for you here. One of the comments that we received from the board in May was just if we had gotten any legal review from the county attorney. We did share our information with Attorney Lindeman and haven't received any comments in favor or against our request. For our relationship with the MPC, we have had some progress. For the original $4 million grant, they have paid that in full. So that was about $620,000, so that was very encouraging. They have encouraged us to submit pay requests for the remaining money in the $2.8 million grant, just so that they have that in hand. Another thing, and I don't see it specifically said in the board action, but the email from the MPCA that we received said that there isn't a time-sensitive issue here with June 31st. I wasn't sure about that and had asked them, you know, that being the fiscal year for Minnesota. And in their response, they said, no, we can prepare this agreement as late as December 31st of 2027. So now we're not in a hurry, but that, I guess, kind of reinforces our need to come to the board, because I don't think they're gonna wait that long, but if they do, the department doesn't have the cash to finance that gap until December 31st of 27. So with those things in mind, we reviewed the original resolution and changed some things. We added this discussion, this information we've discovered from the MPCA, and we reduced our request down to the amount of the second grant of $2.795 million. We did receive pay requests recently in the amount of $1.5 million. And I've reviewed them, and I feel like we're obligated as the county to pay those. So we're just coming back to the board with this topic for discussion, and our recommendation is to request by resolution to get interim financing through the general fund.
Okay. Does everyone understand the resolution ahead of us here? This will be interim gap financing in the amount of $2.795 million with a payback at the counties, not the county, but the state could be as late as December of this year?
Of 27.
27, sorry. There be any discussion? Do you want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I did get a text from Representative Wiener on May 28th saying the MPCA sent a message to him that day that the payment is supposed to be processed soon. So when it's soon, I don't know. But
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think we had received that money already, but.
So,
Chair, if I could, Auditor Treasurer Denise, comments or your thoughts on this? I mean, where are we sitting as,
Well, it's not
ideal.
conducive to our budget.
No.
We're in a situation where we start a project, we have to pay our contractors. So your
continue.
guess is you're gonna have to give them money and do it in a loan process.
you would suggest a loan process? Do we not, what do we do for interest rates for that first? Zero. I mean, but now we're, I mean, how,
Is there any inclination from Gibbons that this money will be coming or not till 2027? I mean,
I'll try to answer that in a little more detail. About 10 months ago, she said that around December of '24, we should expect to have an agreement. About 2.5 months ago, in a face-to-face meeting, she said that by the end of June, we should have an agreement. So I haven't asked for a new date. I did ask for the significance of June 31st, and the response was, no, we have until December 31st, based on financial obligations for state, to dedicate funds that were through their state budget. This was cash money, it was non-bond money.
So we're looking at the project to be done, completed in August.
Yeah, you
Okay,
have to
so
pay your
we're in
contract.
June right now, June,
Vendors.
July, August, we got 3 months.
And you can transfer the money, and I would imagine through your revenues, you will be paying it back as you can. So we can look at that and just do a transfer of funds, or,
Chair? Yeah. If I may, in the conversations I've had, and I'm not an accountant, but as we discussed it with Jolene, one of the, again, concerns that we've had as a department, and Jolene confirmed, like, if we were just to have waited till we ran out of money and then approach the board, that would be a failure on the department side, and that has an accounting penalty or changes the process. The reason we're approaching and the auditor's office is confirmed is that, the right thing for us to do is to approach you before we're bouncing checks.
exactly. And we did have that discussion in our internal between Jolene and I, and that's why I keep saying, we have to pay our vendors.
Right.
Yeah.
It'll affect their rating if we don't, just like anybody's ratings, credit ratings, they need their money too, they've done the work. Like you said, the work's gonna be completed by August.
Yeah.
We didn't know this was gonna come down from the state.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we continue to cover, the county will continue to cover the financial implications until we get that MPCA grant, which solid waste will repay the county fully.
In the event that wouldn't, not to interrupt you, but in the event that wouldn't come through, at that point in time, we could look at it again to see how we want to handle. If it would come down that we absolutely wouldn't get it.
Right.
Okay.
But at least now we'd be just transferring the funds to cover the bills that are beginning to come, or have been coming in. We've been watching this since April.
Yeah.
We run a report for Chris to say, okay, you got this amount of money, we're okay, you can pay that. You got this amount coming in, we can pay that. And it's not been a fun process, to tell you the truth. It's like sitting at home with living check to check, because
Right.
we need to pay the bills, and we're always watching to see if he has money in the account.
Yep.
So at this point in time, my recommendation too is just to transfer the funds.
Yeah, and the legislators have passed it, the governor has signed this, so it's there, we just gotta wait for them to officially give it to us.
If I could, Mr. Chair, as far as the other building process, are we going to stay or remain within our budget? We're not, and I don't sit on the committee, so I guess that's why I asked those questions.
Certainly, and we do have the third board action up is about another change order.
Yeah.
But you'll see as we present that, I don't have a crystal ball for the end, but I think things are going well. Our progress, we've finished the project more than we've used contingency, if that makes any sense. We're around 90% complete, and if we were to approve the recent change order request, we'd be about 85% of the change order budget.
I'm just gonna clarify that your motion is for the amount that they're asking for, 2.795 million. Okay.
Yep.
We have a motion to approve this resolution of interim financing of 2.795 million for the completion of, or to pay our vendors. Need a second to move forward anymore.
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Denny. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Carried.
Thank you. The next board action we have is for professional services for stormwater permitting. So for landfills, we're required by the state to have a stormwater permit for each, well, for the landfill and a second one for our transfer station. So Woodseth has historically been our engineer and managed this with us. The permits have about a 5-year life, and the state writes one permit for all facilities. And then we're required to prepare a plan that's compliant with it. That's what the engineer does. So the past stormwater permit expired. We did nothing because the state hadn't prepared a new permit. So now, essentially, as soon as they did that, we've been in communication with Woodseth, and they've prepared the attached proposal to do the stormwater pollution prevention plan and permitting for both facilities for a cost of $12,500. Our recommendation to the board is to approve this, or authorize the director to sign it for the cost of $12,500.
Okay, motion, or the agenda item in front of us is to approve this permitting wastewater.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Nask. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Commissioner Denny. Any discussion? Any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Chair. The last board action we have had some blanks in it, and it's time sensitive because it's change orders for the CAP grant project. The blanks were because Stantec has acknowledged some responsibility for the costs, and they're internally were telling us they were going to give us information to provide what that amount would be. And I have not, I checked with them again today, they have not provided that cost. So if it's okay with you, I'm gonna go through this, but our recommendation is actually to table this until we know that commitment from Stantec. So to go through this, there's a memo attached. There's 3 costs that we've been furnished by the contractor. The first is for electrical wiring that would go to the loading ramp overhead door. So right now, there's a really nice door, and it goes up and then you back in the trailer, but there's no power there. And I do want to say that I think, and we've said this before, I think Stantec's done a good job. It's like a 100-page design set. You'd think that they would have seen that, but you know, there aren't many perfect people around. They missed this one, and they acknowledged that, and they said to us, we want to cover some of this cost because had that been included, there would be some cost to the county. So we need that wire, and we would like to bring this back to you once we have Stantec's share. If I approve it now, that would change the leverage, and it would make it easier for them to say, well, we're not going to give you anything. So I want to wait till they give us the number, if that's okay with the board. We have a similar story with the plumbing plan review. I'm trying to tell you maybe more things just so you empathize with the situation, but you may recall in about March of last year, we submitted a permit application for, it's a plumbing permit, we call it. And that was provided to the state before we opened bids. We were very proactive. And then in early June, we received a permit for the project and we proceeded. So now about 10 months later, the state said, hey, we want another manhole in here. So it's a little weird for everybody because normally they don't come back 10 months later and change the requirements of the project. However, Stantec agrees that what they had done was not fully in compliance with the law, and they feel like there's some responsibility they have for this change order for $43,900. So again, I would like to table that because we need to know what Stantec is willing to match before we ask you for permission to approve it. The time is of the essence, so this is challenging for me, I guess, because that manhole is outside of the building, but we want to spread topsoil and seed, and, you know, if we wait forever, like, it'll cost more, because then they have to pull back the topsoil and dig a hole for this manhole and all that stuff. Anyways, that's where we're at. The last one, we do not recommend approving, exterior concrete flatwork changes. Now Lauren does work in the unit price world. And so when we set up this project and Lauren was part of the design team or the county stakeholder team, we asked Stantec to put unit prices in for a lot of the civil work, I call it, like the concrete outside. And the idea there was to make it convenient if there's some small changes that we can do that, and it takes away some of the subcontractors' freedom just to ask for more money. So what we have is we just changed a little bit of the shape of where the concrete was put down, but not the quantity. And the subcontractor wants $6,400. And, you know, we're basically recommending nothing because it's the same amount of work. It was just a little bit different shape. And we have those unit prices. It was in our bids that they were to honor the unit prices. So we don't recommend that change order. That's about all I have. Kind of got in the weeds with you, but just want to kind of give you a picture of what we deal with when we talk with the contractor and the design team.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris on those potential change orders?
I believe we're going to need to have a motion to second,
Table it?
to table it.
I can make the
Motion to
motion.
table.
I'll make the motion from Mr. McCon to table.
Yeah, I'll second that motion to table 9.3.
Okay. We'll table 9.3 till we get some numbers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, next up is agenda item 10, Health and Human Services Agreement between Todd County Health and Human Services and Lake Country Associates.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, hopefully this one's a little easier than the last one.
Morning.
All right, we have one board action form in front of you today, some background. The agreement would have Lakes Country Associates provide monthly mental health consultation services to public health nurses as required by Promising Practice Family Home Visiting Grant. The agreement is for July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. Your options are to approve the agreement between Todd County Health and Human Services and Lake Country Associates, or to not approve. It's our recommendation. You approve the agreement between Todd County Health and Human Services and Lake Country Associates. This is budgeted and it will be coming from one of our grants to support the work that is required and needed.
Very good. So 10.1 is agreement. We need a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Becker. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Newman on the second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Next up is the Assistant County Attorney job description that has been worked on. A little history or update, please.
Okay, you get me today. All right. So the Personnel Committee has reviewed the Assistant County Attorney job description, and a decision was made during the work session to move forward with a transition that combines the Assistant County Attorney 1 and the Assistant County Attorney 3 roles into a single classification. The proposed updated job description for this combined Assistant County Attorney position would eliminate or will eliminate the need to post separate openings for ACA 1 and ACA 3, which then streamlines the hiring process when a vacancy occurs. And the combined position was actually submitted to Gallagher as part of our class and comp, and so it has been graded and everything as well. So we're looking for the approval to approve the Assistant County Attorney job description. That is the combined.
Commissioners, for your clarification, the Personnel Committee did review the Assistant County Attorney job description. It had not been before a work session. Months and months ago, when we were looking at, when we made an offer to the previous candidate, it was along those lines. So in personnel, we had a discussion that we felt that we had kind of come to that agreement already that we were going to make one position, if you remember these discussions or not. But so we will change the wording on this to say that it wasn't discussed, in a recent work session, but the personnel would like to see the job description approved. So
I've got one
want to
question.
clarify for you.
How are you dividing up the pay between them? I mean, because of length of work? I mean, you got different people that have worked in that position for different lengths of time.
I'm not sure I can answer that question without John here.
What was the question, Commissioner Becker?
She should be able to answer.
Pay, how are you dividing up their pay schedule? They all have the same job description, they're not, or are they all going to be under the same pay?
It's going to be one pay range.
Our current staff are already on pay grade. You want to scroll down, Denise, to the job description? Our current staff are already on pay grade N, so that is a non-issue, because with Gallagher's class and comp study, the two individuals who were ACA 1 won their appeal to move to ACA 3
Okay.
based on their specific education and whatnot.
Please go down a little bit.
More?
Right there, stop. Nope, come down. A little bit more, come down. Nope, come down just a little bit.
Or
Down, the other way, sorry.
it's
Go
up
up.
for me.
My fault.
That's
Okay,
okay.
you'll notice how much, if you look at how much time required, it gives a latitude of 1 to 3 years of experience. And much like when we hire candidates now, if they would have a candidate that came in with, say, more than a year's of experience, there is room to go ahead and put or place that person on the grid a step or two higher than the step one. But like a brand-new prosecutor or person that comes in would be placed at that first step. So it gives that latitude like our other positions.
And this specific job description hasn't went to Gallagher, but they reviewed our ACA 1 and our ACA 3. And essentially what we did was kind of combine the two due to they're all doing the same duties or can do the same duties.
So, Mr. Chair, what we're doing is we're eliminating 1, 2, and 3.
Well, we don't really have a 2 right now. We have a 1 and a 3.
All right, so
Yes.
what the previous county attorney established, okay, so we're gonna eliminate that and go to like similar to what Douglas County did. Douglas County just eliminated that and said they all
It's just an ACA.
they all got the same amount of education, they all got the lawyer's degree, they all got that, so they just said, we're sticking at one.
Exactly, just one job description.
Yep.
They thought, John wanted to have one deal. Everybody that does the same amount of work, or does not the same amount, but they all do the same work, they can all do that same work, so.
Right.
And he thought that obviously we could attract a higher, or potentially get a better candidate by having just this one job classification, is that what we call it?
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
So if a motion is made, we will change it to say it didn't go to work session, but you'll just strike the word work session, please. At this point, if we would like to move forward with this new job description, we need a motion to do so.
I'll make a motion to approve the Assistant County Attorney job description.
Thank you, Mr. Noska. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Denny. Any further discussion?
Commissioner Byers, Chair, I just wanted to make note, so if this is approved, then next board, we would have to come back to move the individuals who are on ACA 3 to just the ACA job title.
Thank you.
And then eliminate the ACA 1 and ACA 3 once everyone's transitioned to this new title.
All right, we'll be looking for that if it gets approved. Any
Mr.
further
Chair,
discussion?
so that's a great idea that you have to come and eliminate them. But since you don't have 1 and 2, would you just be doing 1, 2, and 3 elimination? Because they're all
mean,
gonna
we-
be 1? If
That's,
it's still out there, you should eliminate 2 as well.
we currently don't have a job description for it.
Not at all.
No.
Okay.
There's
So
no
I-
two.
Okay.
This makes it easier.
This
Yes,
just
it
makes
I mean, I can
It's
stick,
confusing, though.
Right, right.
I can
right.
stick
Not
1,
sure
2, and
why.
3 on there just to make sure it's,
Cases.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Anyone? Okay, hearing no discussion, we'll have to take a vote on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Approved. We're on to administration, item 12.
All right. So the background for this one is we would like to approve our annual service agreement with Safe Assure. They are the company that provides full safety service for all of Todd County employees. And this agreement is being paid for through our safety account, and it is an annual cost. The cost for this coming year is $12,412.53. And this is the agreement that has our employees go through operating safety equipment, making sure that we're meeting OSHA requirements, everything that we need to meet all safety requirements through the state of Minnesota. So they are an annual agreement that comes before the board each year for your approval. The options are to approve the Safe Assure agreement or to do not approve the agreement. And the recommendation would be to approve the annual service agreement with Safe Assure in the amount of $12,412.53 to be paid for through our safety account.
Thank you. We need a motion to approve the Safe Assured.
Make that motion for approval, but I do have a question, Mr. Chair. Did Public Works help pay for part of this last year or not?
They
Are
did,
we-
and they are
For the whole thing, or is not Public Works helping pay for the cost of this?
They did help out last year to pay for a portion of it, Commissioner Becker, and they are also planning to go ahead and continue to pay for a portion of it. But what we're going to be doing, and I can talk about our budget discussions probably. Denise, is that okay?
When Public Works came to our finance committee, he did budgeted that for 2026. So it's in
Okay.
his budget to continue to
right.
help. He did have questions on it, but he was willing to leave it in there.
Right. We're
Should,
good.
should that be put under the financial part of it or not, or as tracking that so much is paid for by Public Works?
That would be a good addition to the financial
Because
implications.
otherwise, if you look back on the records, you don't see that
Right,
going forward, so.
yes.
Just as a
So under
suggestion.
financial implications, you should, even over in the comments, you could put in the comments that Public Works is assisting in this cost.
In the cost of the
amount.
agreement by a portion? Okay.
I'll second with that modified, that in the comments we placed that Public Works will be responsible for a portion of it.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Great points. All right, let's take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. 12.2. Agenda item 12.2 now.
Oh, what is that? Okay, I think that's me again.
Resolution.
I'm not leaving. I
expressing-
got 3 in a row going here. I'm on a roll. Okay. So this is a resolution expressing concerns regarding the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's sanctuary jurisdiction designation for Todd County. Todd County was recently notified that the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, placed it on a sanctuary jurisdiction list without prior consultation, clear criteria, and or a transparent process, and with the threat of withholding federal funds. This designation has created uncertainty about the basis for the inclusion and its potential consequences. So in response, the Todd County Board of Commissioners is adopting a resolution to express its concerns. The board joins the Association of Minnesota Counties, the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and the Minnesota County Attorneys Association in opposing DHS's designation of the 20 Minnesota counties. The lack of clear criteria, the potential for arbitrary changes, and the absence of an appeals process undermines trust and collaboration with our federal partners. Counties need clarity, consistency, and cooperation to support effective law enforcement and community engagement. So the resolution is attached. It's somewhat lengthy. Your options would be to adopt the attached resolution or to not adopt it. And I'm not sure, Denise, if you can
Oh, I'm sorry.
pull that up.
So do you want the resolution?
Yep.
I don't know what you're
It's
asking for.
somewhat lengthy, and I'm not sure if you want us to read through it, Chair. It is based upon the Association of Minnesota Counties has recently sent correspondence to the Department of Homeland Security on behalf of the 20 counties that were included on the listing, which does include Todd County.
Yeah, we should read it because
I think so.
it's worth it to put it in verbally what we're doing here.
Mr. Chair, I would like it read into record.
Yeah, that's what I would like it
Okay.
read in record too.
Okay.
Please.
All right. So this is a resolution expressing concerns regarding the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's sanctuary jurisdiction designation for Todd County. Whereas the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, recently released a public list designated 20 Minnesota counties, including Todd County, as so-called sanctuary jurisdictions. And whereas DHS has not promulgated an official definition of sanctuary jurisdiction, and whereas this sanctuary jurisdiction designation was made without consultation, clearly defined criteria, or notice to Todd County in advance of the public release, and whereas this lack of communication placed local officials in the difficult position of responding to media inquiries and constituent concerns without any explanation or context for this sanctuary jurisdiction designation, and whereas Minnesota state law prohibits the detention of individuals for more than 48 hours without formal charges, thereby limiting the ability of counties to comply with certain ICE requests, and whereas this sanctuary jurisdiction designation could lead to serious and unfair consequences, including potential loss of critical federal funding that supports public safety and essential community services. And whereas national organizations such as the National Sheriff's Association and the National Association of Counties have expressed similar concerns regarding the lack of clarity, transparency, and due process in the DHS designation process. Now therefore be it resolved that the Todd County Board of Commissioners formally objects to the designation of Todd County as a sanctuary jurisdiction and expresses deep concern about the lack of communication and transparency demonstrated by DHS in this matter. Be it further resolved that the board requests that our Minnesota congressional delegation to advocate for, number one, immediate clarification from DHS regarding the criteria and methodology used in making sanctuary jurisdiction designations. Number two, a transparent and accountable process that includes notice, input, and the opportunity for so-called default sanctuary jurisdictions to appeal this designation. Number 3, assurances that Minnesota counties, including Todd County, will not be unfairly penalized, especially in terms of federal funding vital to public safety and community well-being. Be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Association of Minnesota Counties, and our Minnesota Congressional Delegation as a formal statement of Todd County's position that DHS's arbitrary sanctuary jurisdiction designation for Todd County is unfounded and inaccurate. And this has been also reviewed by our county attorney, Lindeman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have some questions regarding the titling of this. I don't like it because it says expressing concerns regarding it. I think it should be a resolution formally objecting to the U.S. Homeland designation. Just because I don't like saying we're just expressing concerns. I think we're actually formally, we are objecting to being placed on this list and we think it is incorrect. So we're not saying that we're concerned about it. It's not correct.
Right.
That's my
agree with you.
stand on that.
I'm hearing a lot of affirmation, yes, that we would like to say we formally are not, in accordance with this.
Formally rejecting, maybe,
Formally rejecting, yeah, sorry.
rather than
Rejecting?
expressing concerns regarding. I don't know if that has any legal binding that we need to review again with the county attorney. I don't think, do we?
I will, I still will.
You can still
Yeah.
review it. I mean, if we need to modify it later, we can, but
Sure.
Well, we would, with that change or any other changes that come up, we could still make that approval and then.
yeah, we can make the
If it
approval
has to
now
come
with
back,
this
double
change.
back, we can double back, but I would agree with that. I think the two commissioners to my left would agree, and Tim?
Yep.
Yeah. I like that, thank you. Any
Okay.
other discussion? Does anyone want to make a motion to approve as modified?
So
You made the move? Okay, you're going to make the motion?
I'll make
Based
the
on the-
Second it.
with the
With the
amendments.
modifications? Okay, is there a second? Do we have a second? Did I miss a second?
I second it. I got it, yeah.
Yeah, Lou, I thought you heard something, yeah. So
Yeah.
Lou seconded it. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we are going to move to our standing reports, beginning with our county auditor treasurer.
Right now, we're just in full budget process. Our chair and vice chair have been diligently sitting in on those. We have met twice now as far as department, we've met more than that, but twice formally with department heads. We'll have an upcoming one. Right now, I can say that it's looking very tough due to every department that's come in is having increases due to salary, wages, and that comp study that was done. So we're seeing significant increases in even our smaller departments, so they're getting hit hard. Everybody's working hard to be lean, but it's kind of tough when we're dealing with that and the changes at the state level. So we'll keep plunking away at that and keep you posted as we go. We don't have a budget number yet. We're missing a lot of moving pieces, and that includes items that we get from the state. So, and we're waiting for some outside entities to submit, like Rainbow Rider, things like that.
STS, community corrections is big. We're gonna, I
big
reached out to Lou, but we didn't get a chance to connect on but we will.
So that's all that's on our plate now, but we're diligently, and we just want to make sure that departments realize that we're on a time crunch too. We were looking at being completed with finance, lock down everything by July 15th, because we have to have July 25th or some date in that time frame for us to compile it, to get it to work session August, the first work session in August. So it's gonna be crunch time, and we do have people taking vacations through the summer that we have to accommodate for them too. So I just wanna make department heads aware that we need to get this stuff locked down, so, but that's about all I have to report.
Okay, busy time for all of us there. We're going to skip over county attorney report, go on to county coordinators report.
Okay, I attended solid waste meeting, soil and water, personnel. I've been going to the budget meetings as well. I've also been helping out with interviewing in the human resources area, and applied and received a small grant for wellness from Sourcewell too in the last week.
Thank you. Commissioners, Randy, you want to start, please?
Yeah. Rainbow Rider, last Thursday, still progressing on the building. It's been like 5 years on that building. It's been just a long, long time. So they're gonna be doing some groundbreaking. I'll probably attend that. Solid waste, Chris come in. The main thing, we're trying to be as transparent as we can with the stuff that's going on out there. Some of the things that you kind of look at and you go, how the hell did they forget that? But it happens. So we'll continue to work on that. I did send an email or a text message to Representative Weiner and said, hey, we just put our taxpayers on the hook, so have MPCA sign the check. So that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Becker?
Yeah, I attended the extension meeting out at the Middendorf Farm on the 3rd, and then I attended the District 4 meeting in Fergus Falls along with Denise, and Denise was kind enough to do our county report that day. Also, one of the messages that we got loud and clear was the year 27 and 28 will be the harder hit years moving forward for the counties and with the state budget and so forth. So they already gave us a pre-warning of what is to come. I attended corrections. We had some discussion on their budget and how we're going to move forward. A Rainbow Rider attended along with Randy. And like Randy said, the bus garage is going to be a go finally. And tomorrow, I plan on attending the Soil and Water tour. Their 60th anniversary is tomorrow.
Yeah, congratulations to Soil and Water, 60 great years. Commissioner Denny.
Yep, like Denise said earlier, just a lot of meetings with the budget, and that's everybody in all their committees though too, I like that we're trying to stay lean on that, and, but other than that, going to my regular meetings and nothing new besides it's June, and there's a lot of town days, events, celebrations going on. Like Barb said, the Soil and Water is doing their 60th tour tomorrow, so that's exciting for them. And then we got a county fair at the end of the month, so just want to make sure everyone gets out there and enjoys all these small towns we have, and takes in the county fair and really support one another. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Naska.
Yeah, had a few meetings since last board meeting. I guess I'm gonna promote our wellness committee right now because we have a biometric screening coming up. Do we still have some available spots? Encourage you to get in there, get your blood tested, your body mass index, your cholesterol, blood pressure, all the good things you could get tested. Find out what's wrong with you. I guess county employees.
Stay healthy.
Enjoy the services and earn $50 toward your wellness incentive. So that's all I want to touch on. I'm good.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just going to take my time to say thanks to everybody in the county, the commissioners, for supporting myself and my family. I'm proud to live in Todd County because the outpouring of support that everyone showed was great. I hope everybody's proud to live in Todd County because in a small town, small area, you get a lot of support, great comments, and just help. And that's what makes us great. We help each other. So thank you for your help over the last couple of weeks. Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to agenda item 13, which is a closed session. Department head performance evaluations. The commissioners will hold a closed session pursuant to Minnesota statute 13D.05 sub 3A for the purpose of evaluating the performance of an individual subject to the board's authority. Can I get an adjournment then? Oh, well, wait, we'll adjourn when we're done with that. So we'll go into closed session now. Thank you.